Alrighty, here we go. Hello everyone. How we all doing? Hope we're all doing well. Gonna be a little bit of a different stream today, a little bit of a slight detour from where we have been going. And that is because one of the major problems with producing all of these science packs for this massive lab is I need a crap ton of electric circuits. And unfortunately, I think building them on site for every single assembly line for each science pack is not a feasible thing anymore. Just because of how much space this is taking up just to be able to produce this amount of circuits. All of this, which is absolutely massive, all of this, actually it's more like all of this, is to supply just this thin bar, and we probably need to spam that around 5 more times, which is ridiculous. Not feasible. So here's what I'm planning, or here's what I'm thinking. We can build a new electronics factory somewhere else. Now, I haven't quite yet figured out where exactly that's going to be. I was thinking maybe it could have gone into here, but then I was having second thoughts thinking when I realized that if I take this, I had second thoughts when I realized that this circuit module, if I were to place it over here, I'd probably only get to spam maybe about 20 of them, and it wouldn't fill up very much of the space that I need. But it would fill up the space that we have available to us way too quickly. So that's not exactly something that I'm happy to do, because I don't want to be running into these ore deposits. We're definitely going to need all of these ore patches if we want to make an electronics factory at the scale that I'm... If we want to make a factory at the scale that I'm looking for, I don't think we can do it here. We could maybe stretch it up to here, but then again, like, it's just awkward. So I thought, what if we start taking out some of the oceans here? This is a much bigger space to be able to plonk down a whole bunch of factories. And it's kind of right next to the purple science factory, but then we can also take on some other areas as well. But my big end goal plan is to build factories that manufacture the individual items, and then we just bring them around and deliver them to the final assembly line area. So that's my plan, because yeah, this is absolutely ridiculously huge, and we're probably going to need a crazy amount of space to be able to make use of all of it. So the first thing I wanted to do is have a little bit of a fly around and scout ahead for real estate. I kind of want to look over in this area and try and see how much ocean we have to work with, because building on the ocean is pretty easy. All you need is a good amount of landfill and you're done. You don't need to think about, oh, which ores am I going to build on top of? Do I need to worry about that? You don't need to worry about what biters you're going to kill. It's really simple, really easy. So I'm just going to go over there and explore some of these oceans a little bit more. In the meantime, I have been manufacturing centrifuges, legendary centrifuges, and I've been doing that in the hopes of upgrading our legendary centrifuge. Well, I've been doing that in the hopes of upgrading our Covarex system here, although that is for some reason filled up. And that would be why. But if I'm going to be doing so much expansion, I figured I probably need to spend some time upgrading the amount of nukes that we can make if we're going to be expanding out to all of these places out here and wiping them all out. So that's going to be a big goal. So I'm just going to run over there, place down those inserters to fix up the train, and then we can send the train over and start wiping out some bases while we explore. Here we go. So that's going to fill up quite nicely, I think. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, these are filling up. Very nice, very nice. What I could do while I'm here as well is I can upgrade all these beacons to legendary beacons. That'll speed things up quite considerably. Except I'm already out of beacons, so I'm gonna have to go and grab some more next time I come back around. Alrighty. Is there anything I need before I do this? I don't think so. I think I've got everything I need right on me. We can head on over. I have been trying to push the research productivity up, but it is coming to a slow crawl because Prometheum science is in very short demand. So at some point in the near future, we will probably have to go and upgrade blunt force trauma so it can make some better trips out there. Alrighty, so we got this ocean over here. While that's doing that, is there... No, there's no station around here, is there? I should probably build an artillery station here real quick. I could probably drop it in there. We've got a little bit of a lane going. So grab a train stop. Which side does this travel in? Downwards. Okay, so train stop will go at the bottom. That works perfectly for us. There we go. This is going to be... Oh, I need a new designation for this, don't I? What do we have down here? We have Rove Prime. We had Delta over there. Guess maybe this will be Gamma? No, we already have a Gamma. Okay, artillery site. No, what's the next one? We can do a Theta. And then we'll give this a little wagon. There we go, artillery site Theta. So then I can modify the train. The artillery train. At a station, we're going to say artillery site Theta. We're going to have inactivity for 5 seconds. That should do. Let's send him on his way. So he's going to park himself down here and start wiping out all of these guys. It's a huge blast radius. And while that's happening, we can go do a quick little bit of exploring. But I think all of this real estate should be prime for us to be able to build a big electronics factory. Let's just quickly run over here. Oh, well, Generation's tanking the frames. And then we'll have to think about express delivery of ores. Is one thing that we're going to have to think about. Otherwise, we could also rely on the ores that are available in the local area, which could be an option. Not entirely sure just how much we're going to need to build with this. There's a bit of stone up north. Okay, so what did we just discover? We just discovered that the ocean is not as big as we thought it would be. And that there's a few ores available to us. They're kind of big-ish. What do we got here? Quickly check down south here. One big problem is we need to consume the green circuits in bulk, but then we also need to consume red circuits in bulk, and red circuits require more green circuits, which is a problem. Because it means we're going to have to increase the green circuit production even more. It's a little bit scary. Okay, yeah, we just got a little bit of a lake here and not much more. It's not a big ocean. Yeah, I kind of wish I had more ocean in the generation settings for this world. Or at least spaced out the ores a little bit further. This is a lot. Okay, train should be arriving. Yep, here we go. Should be arriving just about now. Acquiring target. No, he's just gonna sit there. Come on, you can do it. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Where's he going? Who's he going for? Bang! Off they go, off they go. Okay, so he's probably aiming for this lot up here. Interesting, you aimed for up there instead of down here. There we go. And they're all dead. So that frees up that iron and that coal. There's a little bit of iron and copper there. Uranium there. Oh, here we go. Now he's going for down here. Yep, he's gonna wipe out this island. I was kind of hoping to save this island, but I guess today's the day. Today's the day this island dies. Whoa. Here we go. Bang! There is no surviving that. They are toast. There's craters everywhere. Okay, well, while that's going, let's take a look up north and see what sort of an ocean we have up there. Because if there's more real estate up there, then we might build the circuit factory there instead. Except we're traveling at 10 UPS per second, so this is very slow. Oh, this is what happens when you send a million nukes. Oh, there we go. It's starting to speed up a bit. And then another nuke goes up and down it goes again. Oh! Damn, I did not realize it would be this laggy. Okay, so how far up is it? Actually, yeah, this ocean is already looking big. As long as there's no landmass right here, this ocean might be the place to build the factory. Let's have a quick look. Let's cross our fingers and hope there's no landmass up there. Or at least, even if there is a landmass, let's hope that there's no ores all over it, because that would be annoying. I don't want to cover them up. Okay, here we go. So we got the coastline. We'll follow the coastline for a little bit. At 10 FPS. I know how to make the FPS even worse. Could throw on the productivity. Might actually increase the artillery range for a second. Come on, game, you can do. Oh no, it's given up. The nukes are too strong. It's given up. It's given up on world generation. That is honestly hilarious. Alright, for those of you just tuning in, I'm trying to figure out where's a good spot to build a big electronics factory. I'm thinking it's going to be here, but I just need to check land masses in the area. And the frame rate is tanking because we have an artillery train that is absolutely bombarding the area nearby with nuclear artillery. This is ridiculous. I should probably turn that train off just for a little bit. Let's send him over to, yeah, Rave Prime. That'll do. Save us some frames. Oh my goodness. But so far, so good. This coastline is looking pretty generous. We got a little island of... Oh. Please tell me that's just an island and not... Okay, yep, that's just a little island. Nice. It's not a big landmass. We can build right over the top of that. Oh my god. It's like wading through thick mud. God damn. Just carpet bombing. And they're all dead. All of those bases. Goodbye, Biter World. No, goodbye, Death World. Okay, frame rate's starting to come back a little bit. Let's have a look around here. So we got a bit of a landmass over here with a couple of ores on it. That's fine. We could even make use of that and extract from it. If we can get over to this side. Okay, so if all of that is water and not landmass, then that's the spot that we build the factory. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Please, please be water. Please be all water. It's looking good so far. I'm just looking at the minimap on the top right. Yeah, everything's looking fine. The big important part's going to be this middle piece here. So let's just cut straight through the middle. Come on. Come on, game. 12, it's climbing. A tiny bit of land here. Slightly bigger bit of land here. But it's looking good. Looking like we have a prime bit of real estate to build on. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So the next thing we need to think about is where are we going to get a train going? We've got some ores here, which means we could extract ores. Oh, and we got some oil here too. We could extract some iron ore from there. I need to run a train line around the edge because I'm thinking if we can establish a perimeter. Yeah, if we can cut a perimeter straight through here with rail, that might be pretty good for a whole setup up here. Yes, if we gotta go back and start setting up the radars. Let me turn the power lines back on. So if we grab a little blueprint with the radars. Okay, that scales it over there. I need to go and grab some landfill and a bunch of big electric poles because this won't be enough. Quickly go grab those and we can get to establishing a perimeter. Oh my goodness. Eventually that UPS will come back up. As long as that artillery train, wherever it is, doesn't start bombing some other place. Dude, where is the train? Where did that train go? Uh-oh, we lost it. Where are you? Oh, he's there. Okay. Maybe we send him home. Actually, I might just set him to manual and he can just sit there for a bit. Don't think he would have any range. He's got range to a couple of bases down there. We'll see what happens. Anyway. Yeah, that's all filled in. Yep, just need a lot of landfill now. Yeah, so we got to get those radars established. Then we can see what we're building and we can build remotely. Or at least design things remotely. Which will be a great help. Artillery shell range will upgrade eventually in today's stream. 3 hours, I reckon that's pretty good odds. Oh my god, this frame rate is terrible. It's almost getting to the point where I can't do streams with that train going off anymore. This is ridiculous. And I'm carrying a few artillery shells. Whoops. Almost at the spaceport. $16, slowly climbing. Maybe. Not really. Okay, here we are. So, we can grab ourselves... I'll come back for the electromagnetic plants later. We need landfill, and we need power poles. I still have plenty of legendary radars on us. Okay, here we go. Where are they? Where are they? Here we are. There's some big electric poles. Everybody stream good and really love it and like to be a friend of yours. That's all good. Thanks for enjoying the content. You can join the Discord server, which is !Discord if you're interested. Feel free to join that. But I don't necessarily do direct invites or direct ads. Okay, where are we? I need more landfill than that because that's going to run out real quick. Oh, frame rate's coming back. Yep, 24.5. We'll grab that. Grab that amount. Cool. All right, let's head back. How are we going over here? Do we have bulk inserters? Oh, why are we low? Oh, we need more advanced circuits. Right, okay, I can drop that in. That should keep us... That should get us some more bulk inserters. Nice. Ah, yes. Now, coming from the last stream, the science is going really well. We're completely backed up on green science here. And we're completely backed up on red science. And we're completely backed up on... Okay, we're not completely backed up on these sciences. We were for a moment, but not anymore. But that's going really well. I think just rinse and repeat. More production of those items should get us the science packs we need. I'm thinking for the red and green science, they can probably just be done. They can probably have their ingredients done on site. Like the red potions are really easy to do. In fact, I think we've pretty much done them. It wouldn't be too difficult to add more modules. You know, it's just a copy and paste of that, a copy and paste of these. Same deal goes with the green science. We do have the green circuits here. We could probably just copy and paste that maybe one more time, maybe two more times at most, but that should be fine. But yeah, it's these other ones that need so many red circuits that I think we're definitely going to have to build this big factory for. And then there's also the question of yellow science. I am not looking forward to yellow science. For two reasons. Number one is the blue circuits. Blue circuits are a pain in the butt. And I actually discovered there's a problem with the blue circuits we had here going on. Where I was using stack inserters on the mixed belt. And they were getting stuck with green circuits in their hands. So I swapped them over to legendary bulk inserters. That seems to have done the trick and fixed the problem. But then we have other issues as well. So I'm going to have to try and come up with a new design, I think, for processing units. But I don't think that's going to be today. Today, I think, is just going to be green circuits, maybe red circuits if we get time. But I want this to be the be-all, end-all of green circuit production. There we go, up here. Fill all of this in. I think that's looking good. So we got a radar down here that we can start powering up. Let's grab our big electric poles. Interesting scammer bot. I have no idea. Probably. It's a new one. I haven't seen that for sure. Welcome to the stream, though. Glad you could make it. Hope you had a good couple of past days. It says this channel is currently unavailable due to violation. Ah, yeah. Interesting. Okay, here we go. So that's going to be radar number... Oh, what's going on? Also, the train can fire when it's just sitting, when it's just parked anywhere. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, he's going to do a little bit of cleanup on aisle 7. Lol, get purged. Oh wow, it's gone full salvo. You know, it's over 29 but under 31. Uh-oh. Is it you? A 30 stream streak. Nice. Hell yeah. Damn, 30. How many is that? So if I do 3 streams a week, that's 10 weeks straight you've watched. That's pretty good. That's pretty sweet. Okay, there we go. That should clear all those out. Cool. So we got some radar coverage there. I need to bring another one out to here. Whoa, what's going on here? Well, the wall should take them out pretty soon. Here we go. Come on, come on. Feels funny. Look. Oh no. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Nice. So that takes care of that. I think I would like to establish another artillery station out over here. And then what we can do is we can run a train line. Actually, we could probably set it up now even. And run a train line that heads straight up here. And this train line will travel all the way up north past the new electronics factory that we're going to be building. Probably just cuts all the way up through there. I think that's something we can do. And it'll come up here, then turn around. That becomes the station as it then comes back around and then cuts probably just straight across. There is a lot of copper there. 1.1 G. That, like this area here might become the ore supply area, and then we can do a smelting area maybe in this nook. And then this here becomes the main assembly for all the circuits. This new chair has me feeling so upright and the arms are low enough that they don't hit my desk, so I'm not slouching horribly. Ooh. We got that posture check. That's good though, right? Yeah. Heck yeah. Okay. I might have to park the train over here sooner. Can we squeeze... Yeah, I think we can. We can squeeze another train stop down there. Because I need to clear out all of this area here. Maybe we just park the train over here. Okay, if I grab the train. Where are you, train? You still thundering over there? Yep, you're still sending a couple. They're all dying there. Cool, nice. Okay, let's grab the train. Drive remotely. Come on. Gotta wait for the cannons to turn around. Back them up. Put them in reverse. Now I gotta get this right. I think I can hold... Yep, there we go. That's the right direction. Oh wait, I don't have a crossover here. Ah, whoops. I gotta fix that up. Anyway, we can travel that way. I need to get this train all the way up top right. Seems like we're just doing a lot of killing today instead of actual building. Yeah, we've got to make sure we don't crash into anybody. So far, so good. Because I am manually piloting this thing. And if you all remember how I drove the cars in this game, that's not a necessarily good thing. Where do we need to go? We need to get over there. So we need to turn left here. Which means I need to turn right on the cloverleaf. That turns us around. Then we can head north. Past the station. Then we need to head right. Now we're traveling eastbound. And then I think we can park the train on this bridge, and that should get us in range for the new area. Here we go. Stop, 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 stop. Train, stop. Use those brakes. Okay, there we go. Stop driving. Now these guys should wake up, and... Now those guys should wake up and start firing upon all of these bases over here, which is what we want. That's what we want, because that will clear out this area, and we can start working on cutting a train line through. In the meantime, let's quickly run that elevated rail. I think we can just... Yep, there we go. Oh! Damn, it's happening right here next to us. Yep, that should clear all of them out. Oh, that is a nice explosion. That is a really nice explosion. Oh, okay, so this is uncovering some extra ores as well that we can use. Not sure what we're gonna do with those ones. Maybe... There's no coal around, so we can make plastic for the red circuits. Actually, there's no coal on this side either. We'll have to see what's over there. But there we go. That's clearing that out. Actually, I just realized this is all clear now, which means we can get a radar going. Heck yeah. So we got ourselves a radar over here. Let's bring this up. Building over the freshly made craters. Oh, no, I just saw a couple of uranium cannon shells. Uranium artillery shells. And there we go. There's another radar. That is a lot of projectiles. Bye-bye. It's also a lot of frames per second lost. Let's grab the train. One of them's actually out of ammo, but let's grab him. Drive remotely. I'm gonna back him up, and we can head over to this side over here to try and... Actually, hang on. We can send him to Umbra. We actually have that set up. Artillery site Umbra. Alright, so he's gonna run all the way around the whole map until he gets there. That should give us some time to recoup some frames. Oh, actually, we can see the artillery shells here. Oh, I should get out of the way. Oh, I almost just blew myself up. That would not have been good. Okay, then we got a few strays around, but that's fine. Rest in peace frame rate. Okay, let's get a couple more of these down and we should then have our radar coverage sorted. Yeah, there we go. That should then light up. Oh no, hang on. Something's gone wrong there. Why is that grid not lined up? That's a problem. Hold on. That's not good. Don't tell me this radar network, this radar grid has been in the wrong spot this whole time. If I pick that up. Yeah, I think it has been. If I pick that up and then shift it over to here. I won't tell you. If I shift it over to this side. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. God dang it. No. Oh, that is painful. So in that case, I need to build out from this one. There we go. Oh, that is so annoying. How long ago did we build that? Only for it to be in the wrong spot this whole time. And there we go, that should build up. Got a few missing pieces down south. Yep, and down there as well. It's amazing how many ghosts your bots miss when you're running at 10 UPS. 20. Artillery train should be coming around eventually. Come on, place. There we go. That should give us our radar coverage to this area here. Yeah, and then I need to redo that area. Okay, so now that we have a little bit of more coverage, let's have a little chat about what we're going to do. This is going to be a big project, so let me bring this fun little new toy I have onto the screen. If it'll pop up. There we go. Okay, so we need to build a crazy amount of electronic circuits. So I'm thinking this area here is probably going to be the big assembly line. Actually, probably even further out to there. Might be the assembly line. I want to be careful that we don't, run over these ores over here. That's going to be very annoying. So instead, I just got to make sure that we... Oops. How did I get that big of a size brush? Scroll. Okay. Instead, we can probably run this across here, up there, and then maybe we need to figure out something to do in this area. So something needs to go in this section here. That can probably be ore smelting. And then we have... let me get the other color. We can have our little artillery area up in the north. This area up here could be artillery and other sorts of administrative things. We can have more assembly over here. We need a few things. We need iron plates. So this is going to be our little iron plates here. And then we need copper wire. Copper wire probably also needs to be somewhere. Maybe copper wire can go over this side. We do a little squiggly here for copper wire. Yep. admire my drawing skills. So that's copper wire there. And that kind of really takes a decent chunk over here. I have no idea exactly how many chunks of this we need. All I know is we do need a lot more copper wire than we do iron plates. Then we've got all this area in the middle here to do circuits. Oh, and that train's coming around. We're about to run out of frame rates again. Red circuits, I don't know where I'm going to put red circuits. This is already pretty massive as it is. If we quickly grab our circuit module, try and line up where my drawing was again. Like this module here is tiny, so maybe this is already overkill for circuits, but I did say I want this to be the be-all end-all for circuit production. Alternatively, we could just scrap blue circuits on Fulgora and transport them that way, but I feel like that's going to be a lot of work as well. So I'll continue to do them this way. But yeah, I think that's the plan. Something like that. Okay, so knowing that now, if that's the plan, we need to get rid of all this. We will need a wall to protect the new factory. We can probably just run this train line all the way up. Yeah, it'll probably go up and then around the top. Yeah, we'll probably land down here and then come back down, or maybe we just cut straight across. There is a big copper ore deposit there, so I think if we cut straight across there, like for example, if we were to break off that. Oh, autosave. And then just ran it all the way across here. Yeah, that might work. That'll work. What's happened to the train? Where's the train gone? Why is the artillery train here? Where are you headed? Headed to Theta. Why are you headed to Theta? Go to Umbra. You got bored or something? We will probably have to build some walls, but that's okay. Get this second line set up. Yep, okay, so we'll need a smelting area. There's plenty of ores over here, so I think this area here might become the smelting area. I think that just makes a lot of sense. So starting off, let's grab our blueprints. Foundry block, that's for creating products. We need a molten block to turn copper and iron into molten fluids. Where is this going to go? Okay, here's a question. Should we just run a really long pump and a really long pipe across to wherever it is we need to make the plates and the cables? Or should we create the molten fluids and then load them up on a fluid wagon and then transport them? What do we think's better? Like, it's not necessarily a great distance. It's not like we're transporting them all the way across the factory. It's just from this area, probably down into this area. It's not the biggest distance to cross in the world. Then we can probably split it on two sides, so we can do, I don't know, copper on one side, iron on the other side. Something like that. Yep, so if we start placing down foundries, actually that's around the wrong way. We got to start placing them down on this side. Oops. There we go. Is this overkill? Absolutely. Does that mean we won't do it? Absolutely not. That train needs to stop. Sit there, buddy. Start shooting. Okay, so that's going to be a decent block of molten liquids. Can probably then copy all that and then paste it following. There we go, something like that. Thanks to the nukes flying past, we can actually start placing that because we're getting radar coverage from them. Also, they're going to clear a path. Just need to clear this path and then we should be good. I should set up some more radars as well. Yeah, let's go set up some more radars. The next one is where? It's all the way over there. Okay. I find the grid. And place that up there. Nice. This is ridiculous. Yeah, we're nearly there. Man, it takes so long to get around with the lag. What's the most amount of circuits that you all have produced at any one time in a factory? And what's a reasonable amount? Or is there such a word? Is there such a thing as a reasonable amount of circuits? The radar should have been placed somewhere, but it doesn't look like it was. I'm gonna have to go back and place it again. Where is that radar? Down here. There we go. How much of this have we cleared? Okay, so we got 1.1 G. Okay, yeah. Ooh, wait. This is going to be interesting. Our first ever G ore deposit that we're going to mine. This is cool. And then we got 1 million, 100 million there, 373 million there, and 185 million there. Okay, cool. So we can mine all of that. Going to have really big buses of copper ore going around. We've also got this deposit here we can take advantage of. Is this heading north or south? I think this is heading north. So this here isn't going to work. Train signals. Do we have any? Wow, no train signals here. Okay. There should be train signals up here. No, we don't have train signals. How have I gone this far without train signals on this side of the map? Okay, yeah, that is traveling south. Which means this needs to travel north. Which then also means that this needs to form a line there. Is that too far apart from each other? Don't think so. And then we can drop that down. And run that across. Like a regular track. Like a normal track. Okay, sweet. They're going to be causing havoc. What's happened to our artillery train? Artillery train has run out of ammo. We've run out of bombs. We've run out of nukes. That's a lie. There's plenty back, but I'm just going to leave it there for now. Get our frame rate back so we can do some building. Okay, next radar needs to go in the middle there, and then we can plop another one over here somewhere. Yep, I think we can do that. Actually, I'm hoping the new radar is not going to be sitting on top of an ore deposit. That would suck a little. Run some poles. Okay, looks fine. Nice. Yeah, the Geiger count is going nuts. Okay, sweet. That should power that on. Whoa, what's going on here? I think that's the source of our lag. Gotta go quickly deal with that. Zappity zap. Zap, zap, zap. Get out of here. This is my lawn now. It's an army parade march. It certainly is. Holy moly. And then they all just get lasered here by the death wall. Holy crap, that is amazing. Okay. I think we're just going to cut this all the way across. Yeah, that's just going to go straight over the iron. So across that goes. We do need some more bombardments happening over there. I'm going to send the train back home. But we now have access to all of that copper, which is really exciting. So if I grab... Wait a sec. Am I tripping, or does that look like... Hold on. I feel like I've gotten this... I feel like I got this grid really, really wrong. This radar grid, somehow. Don't know how, but something has gone really horribly wrong. Kind of looks okay though. Not exactly sure what's gone wrong. How much more ocean do we have up here? If there's a big ocean up here, we might as well do a red circuit factory up north. Terrain gen can't keep up. Nice. Wow, it absolutely cannot keep up. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, there we go, there we go. So we do have a little bit more ocean to play with, but it's not much. Yeah, the red circuits are going to be a little bit of a tight squeeze, I think. There's a few ores around here, but they're really small deposits, so we probably don't need to be too worried about covering those up. As long as there's a coal deposit somewhere, we should be fine. But I don't see a coal deposit anywhere. Oh, that's not good. So what we're probably going to have to do is build a plastic factory somewhere else on the map and then deliver the plastic over there for the red circuits. Yeah, there is no coal here at all. Oh wait, there's a little bit of coal. Yep, there is a little bit. We might be saved, chat. We might be saved. Okay, so that's all that filled in. Wow. So we got a little bit of coal there. 108 mil, 397 mil there. We got some oil, quite a decent amount here and there. So we could do plastic in this area and then come back down and around. Yeah, we just knock this whole area out for red circuits. Why am I mind blanking? Okay, so that should be good. On back down. Need to clear this area out so we can fit in the new radars. Fine, we should be able to laser these guys pretty quick. Zappity zap zap. It would be so much quicker with the nuke. I can just fly over all of the spawners, and then they can't spawn reinforcements. I think that's the strat here. Then we can just zap all the little guys away. Boom. Okay, there we go. That's all cleared up. Do a little bit of spring cleaning over here. There we go. Cool. All right. Radar time. Where is my radar? There it is. Gets it in place. There we go. Coverage. Nice. And we do need to get another tower up there, another radar up there. Yeah, I don't think this grid is actually aligned correctly. Damn, that's annoying. Actually, I think that's how the case has been everywhere, maybe? I can't tell, honestly. That is annoying me a little bit. Oh well. I'm gonna have to live with that. Autosave. Okay, so if this is gonna be copper, we can do iron down south. So let me copy all this. Copy that. See if we can squeeze this down here. Yep, there we go. There's one. Copy that and plop that down there. Can we squeeze one more? Oh, yes, we can. Nice. Perfect. That's going to be iron on the bottom side and molten copper on the other side. Just apply all these recipes here. Uh-oh. Nukes are going off again. Rest in peace, frame rate. Where is that even going off? Ah, just the perimeter. Okay, that's fine. Set it into manual for now. Okay, so now we need to build all that, but more importantly, we need to figure out where to get the calcite flowing from. Calcite, calcite, calcite. What are we going to do about calcite? We could have a little station up here. We need a bus, ultimately. So if we had a station... Oh, yeah. Okay, if this peeled into a station... If I did a... Hang on, let me clear this. Okay, if I did a station for the calcite... if I did a station right here for the calcite, and then that comes out here into buses, which then becomes a really big, thick, a thick bus like this. And then that can just start plugging in to all of these. Like that. That could work. And then the train would need to turn around. It could probably do that through here and then come back up around. I think that could work. But then something I want to do with the calcite is make sure... Yeah, we might do the loading and unloading here. So then we can have a few trains running in parallel. And then they might connect back up here and join back up just like we did. Just like we did over here with the earlier design that we had for the science. Yeah, we could do something like that. I like that idea. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Does that work? I think it could. Comes down to just how much calcite we need. That'll determine how many trains we need to put down. It's an idea? Unsure. When we're working with numbers at this scale, it's hard to be sure of anything. Kind of bouncing all over the place. Okay, so if I grab the rail, let's drop it down just a little bit more. just so we're avoiding the oil. Now, I think this is going to be the start of the new generation of calcite trains. We grab our unloader, fast buffer unloader. And let's say we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to build some bigger calcite trains for this. Then we need a bus of size 6. No, size 12. Boom. Boom. Okay, there we go. So that's a big bus of calcite that'll be coming through. Okay, I'm just now realizing the ridiculousness of this scale. Oh boy. That's a second stop. Probably go to the extreme and do a couple more stops. Could even drop down another one there just to be future-proofing. And then that can go over there. Then we can meet up again on the side. This needs to probably connect up on land. Whoa! The heck are those shapes? And something new has just happened, chat. I don't know if you can see it in the stream, but the game is lagging every time I place a ghost track, a ghost rail down. That is not good. Can we place a ramp here and then turn? No, I don't think we can. Okay. This is going to have to turn over here and then become a ramp over there. And then turn. That travels north. We can turn like that, or we can turn south. Like that. There we go. I think that sorts that out. What is not sorted out, though, is the fact that I've done 2 of these. This needs to connect there like that. There we go. That travels south. That connects up onto that track. Nice. So that's sorted. That's a crazy amount of calcite. Wait, I just realized. How? Wait. Uh-oh. Just how big is this? Okay, let's do a tunnel. Oh boy. I might have been a little over the top with this. But screw it, we do it. Hope these craters disappear soon. Okay, yeah. Then that's all going to come out onto this side, which then needs to plug into each and every single one of these foundries. Probably going to have more foundry smelting stuff over here at some point. Alrighty. So then we need copper. Ooh, okay, hang on. How big? Okay, we need to cut 2 of these. This is going to get a little bit messy, I think. We need to cut 2 of those. So what I'm thinking is, if we have calcite traveling on the outside, then we have our ores traveling on the inside. Something like that. Plugs into there. So we got calcite in the middle, ores on the outside, then this continues down south. I realize that I need a tunnel here. That plugs into there like that. There we go. So that'll continue down like so. My God. I may have overdone this. This may be a little overkill. Oh, autosave. Oh God. Did I really just do that? No. Okay, there we go. Place that down. Place this down. And I'm starting to not be able to see because of all the trees and things in the way. But we have a lot of things to build. So I might get started with that now. Okay. I don't even know if I have enough landfill on me, to be honest. Probably not. How many... Is this a regular foundry? That is a regular ass foundry. Okay, I need to change that into a bigger foundry. I don't think I have an upgrade planner for. So we can modify this. Go from a regular foundry to a big legendary foundry. And we can upgrade all of the beacons as well while we're at it, I suppose. Like that. Yeah, we should definitely have enough legendary beacons back at the spaceport. Yep, there we go. We got 6 legendary passive provider chests full of them. That's definitely plenty. It is definitely enough. The speed modules, not so much. Okay, then we need to think about where we're going to deliver the pipes. I should probably continue this bus further down first, though. Yeah, okay, let's continue this one. Plug this in down here. Yeah, there we go. Probably can't even satisfy that, to be honest. Okay, then we just got to plug all these in. Fun. We go. Oh, oh, that plugs in there. That plugs in there. This plugs in there. And that plugs in there. Cool. That's one bus emptied. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe instead of a 6 carriage, we can just do 5 carriages. Yeah, that might work better because then we don't have to deal with the whole... Can't fit the whole bus on... what am I even saying? Then we don't have to deal... Yeah, if we just do 5 carriages, then we're only producing a bus of 10. Which means that one of these turbo belt tunnels can jump across the whole thing. Yeah, let's do that. That was a bit of a mistake. To do 6, I think. Which does mean we can then compress everything a little bit. That's not on the same plane at all. There we go, that's the same plane. No, hang on. That's the same plane. Move these up to here, there we go. So if I cut all this... Oh, you know what I should also do? Align this properly. That's what I should do, I should align it properly. Bring this down here. And then erase that. I can come all the way across. I can maybe turn. Ooh. Yeah, that is annoying. Okay, what I should do then is move this up. Three up. That'll do. And this probably needs to move across so that I can get the symmetry right. For some reason, I really like symmetry in this game. There we go. Then we should be able to just copy this. Paste it a bunch of times. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait, hang on. That isn't right at all. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So that's support for 6 trains. That's not right. Yeah. That's never right. Thoracic Meat, welcome back. Hope you've been well. That's not right. That's never right on this channel. When is it ever right? Doing well, and you? I'm pretty good. I had a bit of a short break since the last stream to kind of figure out what I wanted to do next with this world. I think we're kind of approaching the end. There are a few more things I want to do, but they're mostly just to supplement or to support the projects that we've previously established. The 1 million science per minute and the Shattered Planet run. Apart from that, yeah, I think we're getting close to the end. What's with the glowing craters? Ah, yes. They glow now. A nuke went off there. They will disappear at some point. Although that is annoying. Maybe I can change that. Half-Life, yeah. Is it a startup setting? Don't tell me it's a startup setting. Maybe it's not a setting. Okay, that's annoying. Yeah, I found a mod that changes the way the craters work so they didn't leave these black marks everywhere because they'd be kind of annoying to clear out. But what ended up happening is they leave these fake decals, but they kind of just linger around for a little too long for my taste. Anyway, guess we have to deal with that now. They have annoying orange marks. They should be gone in like half an hour, I think. Hopefully. Ooh, okay, this is a little bit annoying. There's that. Okay, that's fine. And copy this. Nice. Okay, so that's going to be calcite. They need to be fed in from the far side over there. Then I need to get the rest of the ores plugged in, which is where this ended. I copy this, place that a bunch of times. And we can copy the bus. This is going to be for the copper ore and later maybe even the iron ore. I should just be able to copy this whole thing. There we go, something like that. Another autosave. Wondering if I should, yeah, I'm wondering if I should turn down the autosave frequency. They are pretty frequent, every 5 minutes, I think. But then again, how many times has something gone horribly wrong? And then I've had to go and load a previous save and lost some progress. That's kind of why I'm scared to do it. But the autosaves are taking a lot longer now. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. Let's copy that again. Ooh, okay, this is going to be a little annoying. We got a train in the way. Plug that into there and then run it over the side. Like that. Beep. What is beeping? Ah, just blunt force trauma. Carrying the eggs towards the shattered planet. Need to redo that. Yeah, welcome Eric back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been good. Just in the progress of building a massive electronics factory. Or at least we're planning it out. We haven't really done much building yet. But this is going to be a big foundry block that's going to make molten copper. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub. Wait, is that happening again or? Oh no, yep, nice. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That's awesome. Yeah, we got our... Actually, I can show it. Take my Bezos bucks. Yeah. I mean, it's there. You might as well. Okay, so how does Prime work? I'm not too familiar with the system. Is it so you have Amazon Prime, right? Does that give you one Prime sub to give around, or do you have a number of them like you can with, like, say, Discord Nitro boosts? They give you 2 free ones, 1 Prime sub per month. Okay, sweet. Well, I'm honored. I am very honored to take that 1 sub per month from you. Thank you very much. Non-reoccurring. Yeah, okay. I can show off my tool again, my new toy now that I've got a bit more of you here. I found this cool little toy that I'm playing around with that lets me very nicely draw on my screen. And you all can then see me drawing and doodling stuff. So what I've been doing is I've just been kind of plotting out. I've got calcite coming in here. These are all calcite trains and they're absolutely massive. Then they're feeding out into buses, really big thick buses. But the calcite is then going to come out to here and then probably split out into smaller lanes, which will then split out again and plug into all these things. And then we got over here a really big 1.1 G copper ore deposit, which I'm looking forward to using up because I've never had anything at a G level before to mine, so that's going to be really exciting. Doing good, tested out my compact stacking recycle block and it works like a charm. Ooh, that sounds exciting and satisfying. Have to remember to use or Bezos keeps it all. Yeah. He goes, yoink, mine. And then the plan from there is basically I'm going to be making a big old electronics factory. I'm used to the scroll direction. There's going to be a big old electronics factory that's just going to be making electronic circuits. And that's going to be sitting along here. That is absolutely a massive amount of electronic circuits. But I'm hoping that this is going to be the be-all, end-all of electronic circuits for this playthrough. The reason we need so many of those is because of a couple of things. But the number one problem, other than the production science, the utility science, the P jars, that needs flying robot frames and processing units, and I absolutely despise those 2 items. Processing units need 20 green circuits, and flying robot frames need 3 on their own, and then they need electric engine units, which are again more electronic circuits. So the whole thing ends up taking, we got 2 circuits there and 3 circuits there. So that's 5 circuits to make 1 flying robot frame, and then you need 40 green circuits and then some more for the red. It ends up being like 50 or 60 green circuits just to make 3 of these utility science packs. Of course, we can improve that with productivity, but it's painful. I absolutely despise. This is probably my least favorite science pack to make. Thankfully, the low density structures are just a simple cast in a molten fluid machine maker thing. Just green circuits? Yep, just green circuits. The red circuits will probably do another factory up here to work on that. But yeah, the green circuits, absolutely painful, bane of my existence. So that's what I'm planning here, and I'm going absolutely bonkers, nuts, ridiculous with the amount of scale we're working on, because this has to be the end of it. Yellow science requires so much infrastructure, it's insane. Only EM science rivals it. EM science sucks. Gleba science sucks. Vulcanist science I like. I really like that. And Aquilo science actually was really easy. This is a nice tileable setup that I can just grab here, and I can, as you can see, it just pastes. It just pastes so nicely. And then there's, you know, the black science. That one's not so fun to do either, but not as bad as yellow. I think yellow is just the most painful. As you said, like, so much infrastructure. So much work. But I should get around to placing all those pretty soon. Actually, this needs to cut off. Which means we don't actually need that as the bus. Because we don't have enough ores to actually supply it. So then we can move that into there. Then there's the question of iron. Where am I going to bring the iron from, I wonder? Iron is not as good as the copper. We don't have as much of it, but we also don't need to make as much of it. We've got iron there, iron there. We'll just end up making a whole bunch of big buses, I think, which is why I want to plan it now. Actually, like Gleba Science, you blasphemous... I'm not going to say the rest. This is blasphemy. Not the spoiling part, but it's easy to make. I don't mind the spoiling part as much because shipping them has become a lot easier. I just hate the amount... I've probably done this wrong, but I just hate the amount of work that I had to do to actually get all of this placed. You're a masochist. Even this is not perfect. I've got flashing red lights everywhere. It just didn't quite work out. Like, it worked, but holy, there's so much farming you have to do. Crazy amount of farming. Okay, we can continue with this. Okay, so what we can then do is probably grab some of our calcite and start turning it into buses. There we go, that squeezes into there. This comes down here, plugs into there. Another one comes down here, plugs into there. Oh my goodness, what is happening? How many more we got? Only a couple more? Just as well, because we're about to run out. About to run out of space on the left here. Maybe, but to just get the basic science, you only need 3 towers. Yeah, I guess. I guess that is true. Takes so little to set up once you have the right blueprint. Yeah, I believe that would be the key, having the right blueprint. I am very much sure I do not have the right blueprint, which is probably why I'm struggling with it so much. Oh yeah, while I have you all here, I've been saving this for you. Steel plate productivity 26. We can watch that finish off finally. Oh, there we go. Off it goes. I had a few seconds left on that. I thought it'd be funny to show you all. But yeah, we are completely backed up on green science. Look at all that green science. Have you ever seen so much science in your life? And then we also have blue and purple are not as backed up, but they have been shipping large amounts, so that's been good. In fact, that is full. It's just filling the buffers up. And then we've got red science, which is even more filled up. There's so much of it. And that is amassed in completely full belts that kill my frame rate. That then fills up the gigabrain, so we can turn the steel productivity back on for the next tier. That's going to jump all the way up. Nice. We got our ores, we got our calcite here. Might just copy this. Ooh, okay, hang on. I just had a thought. Just had a thought. Okay. I was going to send the train over here to try and wipe out more of these guys, but can we? Oh, we can. The range reach. The range reaches. We can send nukes. We can send them in remotely. Actually, how far does it? Okay, it doesn't quite reach up to this area, which is a little bit of a shame, but that's still pretty damn good. Light them up. Here they go. They're flying over the factory. Imagine if one of them malfunctioned and dropped on top of the factory. That would not be good. Okay, so we're doing a million science per minute. That still only equates to an hour if we're doing like 60 million for science research, which is a little saddening. I guess it's better than 12 hours or so it would have taken otherwise. Here we go. Hello. Goodbye. Imagine being the dude that fired a malfunctioning tactical nuke from artillery. That would not be fun. That would not be a very good 20 years of your life. Or whatever it would be. Boom. Heck yeah, that's cleared out. Got some critters down there trying to do something. But we still need to clear some more out, so let's drop a few more. And we can purge up here as well, why don't we? Full salvo, that is awesome. Okay, now while that goes, we might as well grab some more landfill so we can keep building this. Landfill and belts, I think, is what we need. They're building their own nuke to fire back. Imagine that. If instead of biters, it was people and engineers, and they managed to build their own army, their own bases, their own nukes to fire back. I guess at that point, you're just playing PvP, right? I just research atomic science. Monka! Monka! Everybody scream! That would be terrifying. Imagine that April 1st, Factorio 2.1. Biters can now research. Monka. What? Considering you're completely surrounded. Let me push back. Flashbacks to Red Alert 2 and the AI going nuke happy. Oh man. Wow, these are slow moving but determined. Actually, where are they going to go? Are they going to go for all this? I hope not. I don't know what the pollution is going to end up being once we're done with this, because right now, pollution is getting worse. The pollution is terrible. I remember back in the day, the pollution used to just cover this area. It just used to be a cloud over here. Now it's expanded all the way out. There is no chance in heck. Oh, hang on, I've got raw fish. One sec. One sec. Hold on a moment, fellas. What is this? Oh, it's just sand. Okay. Decorative sand. More fish in the lake. More fish in the pond. The pond. Okay, what are we at now? 53,000. We got some wood we can get rid of as well. I'll drop them up north. Up there, yep. Then I can probably grab some belts. Actually, no, I need to grab the foundries and all that kind of stuff. The legendary foundries, the legendary beacons. Nope, that's not. Did I just put landfill? Nope, thank God. Okay. I thought I'd accidentally just put landfill into the system, and now we're going to get legendary landfill. Not be good. And where is it? Belts. No, I don't want belts. I wanted legendary beacons. Those aren't beacons. Those are beacons. Let's grab a few of those. I really hope this is going to be the end of the circuit saga. This is going to be Electronics Factory 3. We had Electronics Factory 1, which was this whole thing. This thing I thought at the time was like all that I'd ever need. I've had a few people nag me on my YouTube comments, say, when are you gonna start? When are you gonna stop spacing out your miner drills like this? And I don't know why, but that's just a thing I used to do a lot. The answer is I have now. Now that I've got access to all of the big drills. So as you can see here, they're a lot more compact. They're a lot closer together. But I've even upgraded from this now that I've got mining productivity. And now I do them in sets of 4. No, in sets of 8. Before then splitting them out into separate bus lanes. Watches mine melt from the advanced processors. Oh, yeah. I'm not looking forward to that. I already had a setup going over here. As you can see, they're not fully saturated belts at all, and I want to try and make fully saturated belts for this new factory design. But yeah, we had Electronics Factory Mark 1. That was okay for a little while, and then I upgraded to Electronics Factory 2, which was kind of just me experimenting with all these different designs. That is not going well at all. Now we have Electronics Factory 3. Which hopefully will go a lot better. Steel plate productivity is going through fine. Love how beacons actually make sense for big drills. Yeah, I haven't actually tried any beacons for big drills before. I don't think. What's the play there? Do you do productivity on the drills and then give them speed with the beacons? What's the play? There we go. There's a little bit of radar coverage. Beep boop. Get some more up here as well. Yeah, they go insanely fast. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to try that, because I do have the legendaries. Cool, that's radar coverage. We're all set to go, I think. That is a lot of construction. Actually, this is going to chew a lot of power. Infrastructure is one way to put it. Insanity might be another. Okay, I might throw some of the other research back on, just for the time being. That is a lot of corpses. Wow. They're really not happy with us, are they? Heck yeah, heck yeah. Okay, so that's going to fill in. While that places and all that, maybe it's time we have a think about what's the next step from here. So we got molten copper. That comes through pipes. Then the pipes need to end up somewhere so that we can turn them into copper plates. And then we can turn the... Okay, hang on. Chat. Because this is a stupid amount of molten copper. Yeah. Because this is a stupid amount of molten copper. Do we bother with the whole turning it into plates first and then turning it into copper cables in an EM plant for the extra productivity? Or do we just say, nah, screw it, let's just cast it straight into copper wire? What do we do? What do we reckon? Because on one hand, we can save on copper. But I mean, that is 1.1 G copper. That is 1.1 billion copper right there. And there's all these extra patches around as well. There's probably, I want to say 2 billion copper in this area. Or we could, yeah, we could just go and say, yep, we're just going to make infinite copper with the productivity everywhere. Give it the big thonk. How many EM plants would I need to supply that? I mean, if I just had this amount of copper being produced here, and I needed to double the amount of space, while still drunk and not placing modules. I think I just don't have any modules on me right now. That might be the case. But yes, they have been still drunk. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. They have been struggling a bit. Okay, should we get the rest of this? No, I kind of want to plan the rest of it first. So, molten copper comes out, then needs to form a pipeline bus. Maybe the pipeline bus can be here. Yeah, okay. I wish... This is something I wish we could do, is have parallel pipes. Unfortunately, we have to make sure there's a space between the pipes at all times. Unless we used undergrounds. If we used pipe to grounds and then did kind of like this pattern, then you don't have to do... Then you can technically fit more of these together. But it just doesn't look as good. I kind of want to see all the massive amounts of pipes. And then again, you only really need one pipe and the pumps can deal with that. But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of a big pipeline bus. Especially if we did it like here somewhere. Considering your resource settings, direct casting just seems simpler, but you'll need a metric but ton of green. So if you have enough for your ratio... yeah. I have no idea what the ratio is going to be like at the end of the day. I'm a little scared about that. So let's say... Yeah, let's count this. If I grab this, how many pipe to grounds do we need? 28. So if we did 7... Oh, hang on, 28. Let's say by 4 is 7. So we could do 7 pipes. What would that look like? Let's mock this up real quick. Okay, so if that was our pipeline bus. No, wait, that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We don't need this one. If this is our pipeline bus. Yeah, that narrowly misses. Okay, nice. And then if we plug in 4 pipes into each one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. This pipeline needs to end. This is mostly just for aesthetics now. Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that pipeline ends. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4. That pipeline then ends. Yeah, what do we think? Is this looking kind of aesthetic? Is this looking pleasing? At the end of the day, this is still going to lag out my PC all the same. Yeah, I think I'm going to just cast directly into copper cables. I need to save the EM plants because I don't actually have that many of them. I need to save the EM plants for the actual circuit construction. I don't... for the amount of green circuits I'm planning to make today, I don't think I even have enough EM plants on me, or on this planet, in storage. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a little bit of a shame. I have to build the rest of it off camera, but whatevs. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Got all this. And then the final one here. And there we go. There's our 7-lane pipeline bus of molten copper. That then needs to go somewhere. I'm going to reserve this space here for more foundries if we ever decided we needed more. For whatever insane reason. And we might just do the copper cables down here. Yeah, let's do that. But before that, I want to employ a little bit of a planning technique that I've seen around, which is called working backwards. If I grab, let's say, a blueprint sandbox, let's do that. Let's be clever and do it in here first. So I believe this saturated a belt. Have a look here. I need some fish filters. There's going to be fish on the right. Like that. Yeah, the EM plants are super expensive. Honestly, I think only nuclear reactors and fusion reactors are worse, and maybe railgun turrets. Yeah, because of the crazy amount of things you got to put them in. Absolutely. Okay, if we copy that and put it in there, let's see, does that stay saturated? I'm not liking how unsaturated this is looking. What's going on here? Oh, hang on. There we go. That's fixed. That's not. There we go, that's fixed. On silos, those are extremely expensive. Yeah, they're crazy. 1,000 concrete and 1,000 steel. Pretty nice. Pretty nuts. Okay, what level of stack inserter do we need for this? Oh, some purples. Okay, that worked. Can we do blues? Please tell me we can do blues. Oh my goodness, I think we can do blues. Not quite, no. There's a couple of tiny little gaps in there. Dang it. But if we did blue and then a purple, we mix and match them a little. That should probably do the trick. Yep, I like that. Okay, so now we know what fully saturates the belt for the train unloaders. How's this going? Okay, can we upgrade these to legendary beacons? We upgrade this to a legendary inserter. We're going balls to the walls here. Pedal to the metal. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Jeez. Okay, you know what I'm thinking, chat? I'm thinking we need a new design. So if we copy this, bring it over here. Let's say our new design here had a little bit of a different input ratio. If we had two of these, this one then splits, or rather splits up here. We got a 4-lane bus. If we do the math on this, electronic circuits requires 1 iron plate and 3 copper cables, which means I copy this over here, change this over to iron plates. Let's grab our trasher. Where's our trasher? Just clear these belts for now. Cool, okay. So that's our setup there. If we grab iron plates, bring it in, but then merge it onto one side, this comes in and fills in an entire belt, and then this comes in and fills in half a belt. There's our ratio of 1 iron plate to 3 copper cables. And then the only reason I've split this is because we've got 6 here and we're splitting it into 8 lanes. But technically I only needed to split the 2 there. What we could do actually is something like that. And that joins up together there. Then we can do a second module of these. And then this is going to be our ratio once again. We could even split this in half. Make a little bit of space here. There we go. So that comes into there, and then this comes all the way down across like that. Can we squeeze another beacon in there now? Yes, we can. And there. Then can we use legendary wooden poles? Oh, we can. Oh, wait, does that perfectly... That perfectly lines up. It was almost like the devs intended it to be done this way. Okay, that is awesome. That is cool. And that fits all in there. That's our ratios sorted. Let's get our fish filters back in. Damn, that is satisfying. Get a little trasher here. Trash that in. So that's how it ends up being. Now we just need to saturate this. So if I copy... Let's move this across. I copy this setup. Because thankfully, it kind of tiles. Wait, no it doesn't. Hang on. Yep, so now we need to make sure that it tiles. Okay, how do we make it tile? Maybe if it's... Ooh. Okay, I think this splitting action here probably has to go somewhere in the middle here. Let's cut these out real quick. We had a split. We know iron has to come in at some point. We know copper has to come in at some point. Like that. And then copper wire, copper cables need to drop in. Iron can supply 2 of these. The problem then becomes when we tile it. We need more iron to make its way across. We need to bust this somehow. Oh man. So we need a 3-lane bus for the copper for each module. We split this in the middle. Something like that. Wait, why is there a nighttime in the blueprint sandbox? There we go. So copper's gonna come through here and drop down, and then drops down again. Something like that. Iron needs to come through. Oh, iron needs to come through on a bus. Why am I struggling with this so much? Iron comes through here, splits into two to supply two electromagnetic plants. Wait a sec, let me unpower these. What if we move this across here? What do I think about direct insert for plates and wire? What do you mean direct insert? Doing with belts might get a bit ugly. Maybe? You mean like with the foundries? Like you have a foundry that then just goes straight in? The foundry make the iron plates and copper wire. Okay, let's try that. We have one of these. We'll just get all our components first, and then we know we have legendary foundries. This one would be iron plates. This one would be copper wire, copper cable. Just start with some bulk inserts for now. Some stack inserters. Could even chuck these on here, but we'll see what the throughput ends up being. Fish filter on the right. Belt output there. Okay, then we get our little trasher. We need an infinity pipe. Just for testing. This is going to be molten iron. This is going to be molten copper. Okay, so that's filling up quite quickly. We do productivity modules. I don't know how many I have of the good kind, but I do know I have a crap ton of blues, so I'm going to chuck those in. Ooh. Okay, let's try legendaries. Open the wire and plates with beacons surrounding. Okay, yep. Let's try legendaries there. That's filled him up. Ooh. Wait, that might have been it. That was a good suggestion. We don't even need speed to speed that up. And I assume if I upgraded this to a higher grade electromagnetic plant, that becomes even quicker. And then if we upgrade stack inserters, that becomes even quicker. I think that's as much as we can afford in terms of quality buildings. That's pretty good. And then if we copy that again, wait, you're genius. You are genius. Holy crap. That might have just solved the problems. Then that's easily tileable and it's a lot more compact. I don't need all these crazy buses. Damn. And then we could upgrade these even further to legendary speed modules. Let's just do a couple here. Does that finish this off? That saturates the belt. That's done it. Then you copy that here, and that forms the next bus. And so forth and so forth. Oh, this is beautiful. And then you could flip this around as well, I imagine. Damn, where was this when I needed it? That is actually amazing. Holy, thank you so much for that suggestion. This is awesome. Actually, what I could do is paste that there. Then this one there. Oops. Like, it's slightly wasteful having the beacons separated like this, but honestly, it's fine. We can afford it. We have so many beacons in Legendary. Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, I was thinking I'd have to do all this math to try and get the ratios right here. I don't know why Space Age is so cool. The optimal build isn't the same cookie cutter design pasted a million times over. Yeah, that is really nice. Okay, well then while we're here, let me just finish this up first. But while we're here, we might as well try and see if we can do something similar for red circuits. It's going to be a little bit different, but we can have a few play arounds. You join there, you join there, you join there. This is basically the same, just gotta do plastic and cryo, yep. Handyman, good afternoon. How are you doing? You having a good day? We just, thanks to my awesome smart viewers here who know a lot more about this game than I do, just come up with an awesome design to get some more circuits going. And I am really, really impressed with what we've come up with. This is awesome. Yeah, look at that. Oh, actually, hang on. What's going on in the middle here? Oh, that's fine. Only a good day because I can end up watching some Factorio. Heck yeah. That's what we like. Okay, so that is an 8-lane bus completely filled up with circuits. And then we compare the size of that to what I had going on Narvis earlier, where I had all of this just producing a couple of random stragglers around here. Oh my goodness. Okay, that is cool. I am really impressed with that. That is a satisfyingly thick bus. So if we try and do something similar now, we just copy this over here. So if we try and do something similar, we're trying to do... Oops. I'm going to do red circuits. So if we copy this over here, change this over to red, upgrade more of the speeds to legendary, so it's a static 32 on those belts. Oh yeah, you're right. Hang on. I paused that. It's difficult to tell I upgraded these. Does that become a static 32? I feel like... What the hell is going on here? We got circuits, that's what we got going on here. I feel like it's not a static 32 because it jumps... Because we're measuring them crossing over the different belt tiles. I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, that didn't really produce any noticeable difference, but that'll work. Yummy, heck yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, that's really compact. That just assumes that we can supply enough molten fluids, which we absolutely can afford to with this big setup here. So that's all in check. So the next problem here is going to definitely be... We need more copper cables, which means we're going to need another setup here. What if we move this to the middle here? Actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just copy these over here. And then, yeah, as you said, it's the cryogenic plant that we need next. Which I don't have any quality ones, unfortunately. How do we make these? I could make a bunch of legendary ones. Yeah, that's not too out of our reach. Fine concrete, I've got plenty of that in legendary now. Lithium plates, I got heaps of legendary holmium, so we can do that. Superconductors, processing units. Yeah, I might off camera go and make a bunch of these. So if we legendaried up... No, we're not... There you go. That's a scuffed way of picking a legendary. So if we made plastic... Oh, but we need coal. Ooh, okay. And we need petroleum. Ah, yuck. Okay. So we have two options. We can either make the plastic right here. And then insert that in, but that does require us to have a good amount of petroleum. This will need to be productivity modules. Should be a special 1x1 size assembler that makes microplastics. Well, that would be micro. But yeah, we got coal. Actually, yeah, we need to get coal. Oh, okay. Where are we going to get coal from? We did say we're going to do it up here, so then that would have to ship, which means we'd need... Yeah, we'd need to do it on site here. Okay, that's fine. Coming back to here. Let's assume we can ship the coal efficiently. Let's copy one of these. Place this with coal. Okay, so that's our coal. And then if we grabbed one of these, then we have to speed that up a bunch. Like that. There we go. Probably even move that across. That then goes into there. Copper cables should go in there. So then if we have this set up, I gotta tap out. Was in bed already, saw a new face in the list of Factorio ranks. Have fun being based. Thanks. Have a good sleep. Hope to catch you another time. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, this is kind of slow. 6-second crafting time versus what are the other circuit times? Half a second, 6 seconds, 10 seconds. Ooh. Is there any other way we can speed this up effectively? What side of the belt does this dump onto? The right side. Okay, that works. Actually, that's small. I should have just done that. Ooh. Oh, wait, hang on. Legendaries, of course. Legendary speed modules will probably speed this up. From there, I don't think there's really a whole lot more I can do to speed that up. However, if we copy this again, pop it down here, instead of coal, what if this was plastic? What if we did the plastic off-site somewhere? Roads are kind of slow. Yeah, they're terrible. They're annoying, especially for how many you need. If we did something like that, and then we can spam a bunch of these around. It's not really tile friendly, is it? $49.7. Yeah, it's a little faster doing it that way. I think that really is just as much as we can squeeze in. Yep, okay, so if that's our design then, a design that would work, but I know it takes the fun out of it. That's all good. So that becomes our design. Ooh, the big issue I can see here though is getting... That's not going to tile, is it? No. But what if we did something like this? I keep meaning to ask, but how did you come up with your music playlist? So I actually made it myself, as in I wrote the music. Because I'm too scared about copyright issues, and also I do write music as my own little... What started as a little side hobby, and then I'm kind of hoping to get into proper production. Yeah, it is my own playlist. I'm still working on it. Still working on making more tracks. One space between for the pipes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to tile yet. Even more impressed than... Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to... Yeah, you've just told me that I need one more space, and now that's got me thinking that how the heck I'm going to tile this is a question only the gods can answer. Only the Factorio gods can answer. How, oh my goodness. Okay, if we have red, followed by green, followed by more red, we offset that, then we have, oh, that doesn't quite, okay, hang on. We offset that, move that here. We can rely on some legendary these. What's going on with the ship? Okay, that's fine. We have some legendary bulk inserters. If that becomes copper wire, this becomes red. This becomes green. We need some iron here. We need plastic. If plastic came through a bus, and that drops in. Products then export out north. Perhaps connect this up. Probably do the same down here, something like that. Actually, we could just have the pipes traverse across and then pipe to ground there. Okay, then we need, oh, that's right, yeah, okay, then we need our fish filter. No, that's just straight fish. Fish filter then goes in there. Little trasher here. Okay, and then iron comes in through there. Infinity pipe for iron. Infinity pipe for copper. Little setup for plastic. There we go. So plastic goes in like that. Then we can fill these with productivity modules. Squeeze some beacons in. Oh, okay, hang on. This needs to be a stack inserter. How is this looking? Is this looking any better? Actually, no. Oh, right, because they're not legendary speed modules. Right. Make sure they're legendary speed modules. Now, how's that looking? Nope, that's not rate calculator. That's the rate calculator. That's 39.67 per second, so that's 2,000 per minute. Versus this, which is a little bit less. So this design here produces slightly more than this design here. Now the question is, can I tile it? The answer to that is probably no. So let's move this over here so we can tile it. First of all, can we tile it vertically? Do it tile. We could probably even afford to only split this halfway. Just something like that. How does that look on the old saturation? Comes across. Wow, okay, that plastic is barely being consumed. So maybe we don't even need the buses. Oops, that's too much. So if we knock that out, we've got a single lane. We copy this. Let's just say the infinity fluid comes from this side for the sake of testing. Oh no, it's too far. No. Okay, so that means a fluid pipe will probably have to travel like that. We get a tunnel going here. And plug that in like that. Then the fluid can come from here. There we go. So how many of these do we need to tile? Just had a brainwave. What if we did something like this? Then we can do a beacon there, or we can even do a efficiency beacon for once. That's a new one. Okay, it'll be interesting to see how much plastic we can possibly stretch thin on a belt. That's looking okay. What do we think of this design, chat? Can I then squeeze this up here? Yeah, that squeezes into there. It's a little more compact. Okay. So then if we copy that again... squeeze it in. How well does that work? Okay, okay, it works. It works, I think. Chat, I think it's working. So if we double lane these, should be able to saturate the whole thing. It's not quite completely saturated. Yeah, why is that? Oh, there we go, there we go. So we finally trashed it. Maybe one more set. Maybe one more. Let's just have a quick look. Wait until the day we install a mod that adds another tier of belt. Then we got a problem. Okay, so that's... it's still not quite saturated. Another one's gonna be in order. But hang on, I just realized that is tileable. Wait, that's tiling. This whole time I didn't realize that's tiling. That's really cool. Okay, so 2 more of those. Let's plug those in. That's in the wrong spot. That's in the wrong spot. And pipes need connecting. Do they? Yes. Yes, you're right. Good point. Might actually just move the infinity pipe over. And we can rely on non-infinity pipes for the tileable design. Here we go. Is that saturated? Oh, not quite. Yes, maybe. What do we reckon, chat? Does that look saturated? No, there's a couple of tiny little gaps in there. It looks like we need one more module. That goes there, and that goes there. There we go. Question now is, I don't think the plastic is going to saturate, or is going to be able to supply all of that. Almost as saturated as American mayonnaise. Yeah, okay, we are struggling down over at this end, so this probably means we need 2 buses. So where's the halfway point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the halfway point. So that's where bus lane number 1 goes. Actually, this can move over to here. Bus lane number 2 comes into play here. Like that. Yeah! Look at that! Actually, I wonder. Was that previous insufficiency a symptom of not having enough plastic supplied? No, this line is disappearing. Okay. So that looks like to be the whole module. So we got this for the green circuits. This isolated for the red circuits. Alright, chat. Should we try and design a blue circuit module? Yeah, let's do it. We might as well. We're here. God, what would what would this even look like? Okay, so we got red, green, iron, copper, plastic. Then we need a new ingredient, which is sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid could probably be done off-site and then piped in. Oh my goodness, we need so many circuits. What the heck? Okay, so if we assume that plastic will be coming in, I don't even need that there. I can just use an inserter here. You need 2 green modules, 1 red display, 1 blue module. Really? 2 green? Oh, hang on, this is the wrong place. How does that look? Yeah, let's get this set up. So we got blue. Sulfuric acid will just pipe in from somewhere. Red circuit drops in here. Green circuit needs to drop in, probably isolated on its own. And then this needs to come out and we can just do a quick trash. Okay, and then we need our speed beacons. I have no idea how many of these we're going to need, so I'll just leave it at that for now as a test. You can copy the green module 2 times. The red. Oh, you're saying use these buses now to supply the blue production. Right, okay. We could do that. Let's quickly see what we can do here. It's probably not going to be space efficient. An infinity pipe. We need some legendary inserters. Here we go. Ah, and then that doesn't fit that. Yeah, okay. Yep. Don't like it. Trash. Need them separate, but yeah. Okay, so if we copy this. Actually, yeah, we don't even need to bother with that. We can just assume that we're going to have really big buses like this traveling around the factory. Same goes with that. So in that case, if I copy this, make 2 of them. One's going to be for greens. So you said 2 of them. Going to be for greens. And then one of them is going to be for reds. Cool. Then if we design a quick little thing over here for blues. The ratios on this is a little weird, but basically we could split this just like we did with our science. We can actually supply 2 of these. Let's flip that. Put this in here like that. There you go. Boom. And boom. And then we're probably going to need some legendary bulk inserters for this. Then we can grab our infinity pipe or sulfuric acid. Just assuming that we're going to bring that in from somewhere. Wow, that is slow. God damn. Well, we can speed that up. We know how to. Need some space for the sulfuric acid, so I'm going to leave that there. What if we move these across? Okay, and then we need stack inserters. And these jump across. Okay, hang on. This might work. Feels incredibly wasteful, but what can you do? And then we need a little trasher. The trasher goes in. That's our belt. Wait for that to desaturate. Yeah, that is just barely not quite desaturating. Okay. Then comes the fun part of flipping to the other side. So if we cut that, we run it across like that. There we go. Give myself a bit more space. So what I'm thinking is if we move this trasher all the way down, if we copy this, lost the trasher. No. So if we copied that and then we changed up the script a little and said instead we're going to flip this like that. So now the rest of these get to put on the second side. Ooh. And that's blue circuits sorted. Yeah, what do we think, chat? That's cool. Now we need to do the math. Now we need to split these into buses. So we have 1, 2... It's not actually being completely saturated, is it? Okay, if we... Let's start splitting these. Let's see how many buses, or how many lanes of a bus do we actually need to supply to get this going. Once we figure that out, we're pretty much done. Okay, so that's the bus. That splits into here. Then carries on. Splits into there again. And carries on. These can be a little bit more compact now, actually. Should we flip these around? Oh, actually, yeah, let's do that. That fits a lot better. I was trying to be clever with having them joined together, but I think we can actually get a lot more compact this way. Oh, yeah, okay. I like this. I like this. Plug those in. And then we can overlap some of these. This can pack tighter. This can pack tighter. No, can't because of the pattern. Okay, that doesn't work. This can shuffle over. This can come in closer. Now them share beacons too. Yeah. It'd be nice if we could have fit a beacon in there. We can actually fit a beacon in here. Yeah, yeah, we can fit a beacon in there. Because then we can just use a tunnel. Jump across there, jump across there. He can still pick up from that tunnel. Ooh. Ooh. That's not going to reach there though, but that's fine. So then that's red circuits coming into here on a red circuit bus. Oh. Okay, that's cool. So then we trash the rest of this. We knew we had 8 modules to fill that in. Recopy this. Share those. Okay, let's get our bus set up. This is going to be green circuits. Going in there. So we just need to keep an eye out for when they can no longer host. Second EMP doesn't have a red input. Ah, yes, you're right. Ooh. Ooh, okay. There we go, that might work. A little scuffed. Side load underground belts. I can. The only issue is then you get a backup of circuits on the other side that doesn't end up going in there, which isn't such a big deal because the throughput's the same, but I do get a little bit of OCD from that. An engineer with OCD may or may not be a good thing. Is that a good trait to have as an engineer? I don't know. Okay, and then that continues across and gets munched up over there. Let's bring that in tighter. Cool, so that gets eaten. We copy this for the red bus. And that goes in like that. So as long as it means the job is done right. Yep, that works. Words. Okay, what's happened here? OCD creates stuff that is a nightmare to maintain and repair, then it isn't good. Yeah, I can attest to that. I know what that's like. Had a guy at one of my workplaces that was, he was a bit like that. He had, everything had to kind of be done in a specific way, otherwise he'd have a fit. And so maintaining the code bases just became a bit of a nightmare, because nobody understood how he liked to write his code. A couple of Shermans and T-34s didn't win World War II because they were the most dangerous tanks. Okay, looks like we're struggling with upkeep. Wait, really? We're struggling with the circuit upkeep as early as this guy. So if we separated him out into a second bus lane. Which I realize I can't supply that with. Wait, no, he's not struggling. Why was he struggling before? He's struggling. Oh, right, because we're not splitting that out now. Yeah, okay. So we... Dang it. No, because they're easy to make and keep operational. Yeah, sometimes the simplest design is the best, especially if you can overwhelm with numbers. 20 greens per blue is brutal. Have you ever looked at the raw cost of a blue circuit? It is painful. Actually, you can't even see the raw cost. The total raw. What can we? Total raw, there we go. 24, 40, and 4. Yep, not fun. Okay, I think if I move this across, I can actually get away with... No, okay, I can't move that across. How am I going to get circuits into here? This is going to have to be another tunnel. Okay, let's rearrange this a little bit. We got our red here. No, we got our red here. We got our greens here. Green travels in. Oh, nope. We got another green coming in. Red comes into there. This isn't working, is it? Okay, so that's that. So basic, ooh. Damn. Basically one stacked green belt per 2 EM crafting blue. Yeah, that's what I think we've got going on here. Yep, we got two belts basically empty on that. This guy's running just on the edge. If I cut this, let it build up a bit and then allow it to pass through, that might stay saturated, at least for a little bit. At least until, say, I got a bigger EM plant, like a epic. If I put... No, actually. That won't work. What I probably need to do is slow it down if I wanted them to stay up. In a minute. That's better. I don't know what was going on there. That looks better. Yeah, they're filling up. Okay, there we go. So, if the reds are coming in like that... And we could get fancy here. Let's move this around. Where it goes in like that. And the green comes around. Sends in like that. This is a send in here. How can we compact this? I want belts directly beside each other. Hey, it looks like Christmas. Oh wait, hang on a minute. We don't even need that many reds. Reds are already getting saturated by the green. Ooh, okay, if we remove that. Copy that for another set of green. We don't need a second, that one full red belt feeds like 8. Yeah. That's awesome. So then we plug that in. That'll sort you out. In fact, we could even get rid of the splitter here and just turn that straight into one of those. There we go. 1 red per 10 green if I remember right. Yeah. 2 to 20, 1 to 10. That works. Okay, and then we need another bus. It's a bit of a shame that the red's on this side and not the other side. Anyway, what can you do? I may have a slight bit of OCD, but it's not that strong. It'll be a few sleepless nights and then it'll stop. Okay, that can go straight in there. That can hop. And then that can go across. Like that. That saturates and satisfies the full 1 lane of the belt. So then we need to copy all of that. Just copy all of it. Paste it there. It all runs through. But this time, it's a little different. Because we need to deposit onto the other side. Why is this still a splitter? I don't want that to be a splitter. I want that to be a splitter. Yep, okay, cool. This needs to come up into there. Come across into there. There we go. However, on this side, this needs to posit onto the other side. Okay, that's fine. We can sacrifice one of these beacons because we're already at maximum capacity here, so that's fine. So that flips onto the other side, and then we continue down the line. There we go, do something like that. That looks nice. And another 3 bus lanes should sort us out good. Jeez. Oh. Oh, okay, hang on. This has not turned out the way we want it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this here, something has gone really wrong. Let's just delete and undo. That'll wipe the belts. Wipe them clean. Ooh, yeah. That is a nicely looking saturated blue chip belt. Ooh, we did it. We did it, chat. That's some solid teamwork there. All right, cool. So that's the build for the blue science. Not blue science, the blue circuits. Just assumes that we can get the bus lanes going. How many buses is that? Belts. That's 9, so that's... Wait, hang on. That is exactly... You have a design to supply the greens just for that. Yeah, this is exactly as much as we need. Let's pack this in here. Actually, no, let's not pack that in there. I keep having this habit of trying to over tightly pack things together into spaces, and it's not a good habit. Because then I don't have anywhere to actually put anything. Yeah, there we go. And then bring this across. There we go, and then these come down. What's up with our red circuits? Oh, we need copper. Okay. Copy the infinity pipe. Paste it in there. Red circuits will be coming in, and then we can copy this whole thing. He's learning. He's beginning to believe. And there you go. Hot damn. Ah, wait, this is the wrong fluid. Uh-oh. There we go, that's better. Alright, what do we think, chat? Is this good? Is this a good setup for us to go ahead with? That is actually really cool, yeah. I like that. Basically, we just need to grab this now and spam it 30 times. Fit those three designs together in an interesting way and you got yourself a nice design. Yeah. How am I going to do that? Well, okay, we've got the plastic. That is a problem we have to tackle. This is solid, nice. Alright, cool. If we... How would we squeeze that? Like, if I grab this design... I grab our blue circuit production. Doesn't quite... If I cut it in half, that doesn't quite fit, does it? No, what about on this side? Oh, that might fit actually. Hang on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, hang on. Let's get these pipes right. So if I delete all this... First off, we start off with the red. Then we do one dedicated green circuit, one dedicated red circuit, and then the blue circuit. Yep. I'm thinking if we have the red circuits here, then this turns around. Is it just for circuits in general, right? Yeah. Yeah, don't get me started on the rest of the things that need the circuits. But if we copied this and then went upwards, making sure that we get the piping in order. Copper there, iron there. We get a tileable design there. Iron comes all the way up. I don't think we need two ports, do we? Two ports don't exactly make the throughput faster, I don't think. I'll do it anyway because it looks nice. Oh, nope, that's in the wrong spot. And there you go. So that's going to supply... Oh, hang on. What's wrong with you? Oh, these haven't been set up. Okay, copper. Iron. And then, if we grab this and sliced it in half. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? Oh, okay, hang on. We don't need to bother with that if we're going to jump across one side. Red circuits can come into here. Red circuits jump into there. They split. Nope. Ugh. Hang on. One, two, three, four. Ah, that's the fifth. Okay, so we don't need that there. And then if we copy that onto the other side. Does this work? Ooh, hang on. It might work. Maybe? This middle one. Ah, okay, hang on. This middle one shouldn't be here. Which means we can squeeze it together even tighter. That plugs into there. We can squeeze that up here. Or we could just jump across the whole thing. This is looking cool. Yeah, what's up with this? Why don't we have... It's the copper. Right, okay. There we go. Copper goes into there. Circuits coming through. And then we can... That means we can restore this beacon. Because these are then going to connect up in the middle. To then form a bus. Yeah, okay. These need sulfuric acid. Move that up a little bit so we can squeeze that sulfuric acid in. To a big pipeline. Grab an infinity pipe, chuck that on there. That's going to be sulfuric acid. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So if we cut and paste that whole thing. And if I flip these around. Move this over to here. That's our dummy bus. Move this up to here. Oh yeah. Now if we copy that, paste it a few more times. And then manage the bus lanes. So we got, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. No, that's 4. Just the proof of concept. Yeah. That might be it, chat. I think that's it. We can grab a little trasher here. Dump it there. And pretty soon they should start saturating. Oh my goodness, look how dense that is. I do realize I've misaligned some of these, but that's fine. We can fix that in post. There it is. They're saturating. Oh my goodness. Have you ever seen this many circuits before? What does that become? 50,000 per minute. That looks really nice, to be honest. Thank you, thank you. Couldn't have done it without your help. You two have been helping me quite a bit with this. That is awesome. That is thick. And then, you know, you can just grab all that and spam it a bunch even more, which we will definitely be doing to meet this science production demand. Oh, that is cool. That is so cool. Couple of little hiccups going on in here though, but for the most part I think that'll be fine. Could even just be tick rate. Yeah, UPS is not having a good time. Okay, so back to Navis. How do we incorporate that into... Oh my... Seriously? Seriously, guys? Okay, so how do we incorporate that into the rest of this? How big is one of these on the map? On the MIP? Oh, that's tiny. That's tiny. So if we spam that all the way across here, I wonder how big of a bus we can get. Ooh, okay, hang on. I'm getting excited now. Let's get the piping right here first. I think we can just copy the piping that we did down here. Okay, and then we flip that vertically, drop it on the other side. And then, where is it? We need those infinity pipes. Okay, so if we create a blueprint, we call this 8x circuit block. Give the icon green circuit. Change this to just the circuits. Not in legendary. Okay, so this is going to be a big circuit block. Snap to grid relative. Except I don't want to... Right, let's drop that to 1. Because they can share the pipe. Now if we come back to Navis... I wanted it to go here, so... Feast your eyes! Feast your eyes! 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the game's lagging so much. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, wait, no, that's not placing. Ah, damn it. 1, 2, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do I count this properly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. 20 modules of that. Each outputting 8 lanes. 8 lanes each. Which is 160 lanes. This is going to be a huge bus. Okay, what if we cut that whole thing and then flip it horizontally? And then we can do like a station loading port zone down here somewhere. Or we do it over this side. Let's do it there. Since it's just fluids that we're transporting, so we don't necessarily have to worry about did I miss a piece? Crap, I did. I think I did. There we go. That should sort that out. All right. If green circuits were food, that would end world hunger. This is a behemoth. How many parts are in this thing? Okay, not actually that bad. Apart from all the foundries, I think we actually have all of those parts here. All right, well, shall we get started then? Actually, we gotta build all this too, I forgot. Well, I mean, if that's all the fluids, then we just need to transport the fluids. This is so stupid. Okay, copper. How many copper ports do we need? 1, nope. 1, nope. 1. It's just copper, need to run the irons too. Yep, you are right. And I have an imbalance of copper. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. And we should be able to just copy this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, yeah, I've miscounted. And that comes across. So if I run a 1 tile marquee, that's 40. So we have 7. No, wait, that's 6. Ah. Okay. So that might mean, hang on, there's 4 there, 4 there, 4, 4, 4, 4, and 4. Okay, so we have 6 needs to turn into 40. I don't know how that's going to work, but okay. Let's copy this. I want to get up and around. It's going to snake around the oil supply there. Yeah, I can't see a thing. I got to get over there and build that. There we go, nice. We're going to need some pumps in there at some point. And then we have stone here that I want to try and avoid. Yep, I want to try and avoid that. I need to avoid the iron, because we want to mine that probably at some point. There we go, that plugs into there. Wait. Six. Huh? Oh, right. I thought I was tripping there for a second. I was like, how have I got another pipeline somehow? Whoops. And then we can cut those, cut those. What's beeping at me? Blunt force trauma. Okay, you're fine. It's to be expected. Okay, so that's a corner. That's a corner piece. Then we got to do some pipe to grounds. The rest of these can just come across. I think we can just copy this whole thing. Yeah, that works. Boom. Okay. And then that pipeline needs to travel across to there. We can take this little corner piece now. It's getting difficult to see what I'm doing now. Copy that. I cannot see what I'm doing through these trees. Bye-bye, trees. I think that's aligned. Yeah, that's aligned. Okay, that's just a crap ton of pipes we now gotta place. We can supply some of this. So if we have 40 and we have 6 pipes and we want an even distribution, 40 by 6, that's 6 or... No, I don't want to say that. It's the meme. It's the funny... It's the meme that the new kids find funny. I don't even get why it's funny. Like 6.66 exactly, but we can't split that, so it's going to be 6 or 7 pipes, and I don't know why new kids these days find that funny. What is... Does anybody know why that's a thing? Why is the 6-7 meme a thing? But that's 6. Then the next pipe will come down. And supplies all of these. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 6th one will be down here. It's not funny. That's what I thought. Oh wait, no, I messed this up. That was to be expected. Okay, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6. That needs to go. See, okay, I had the unfortunate experience of having to work in a workplace where people were really into TikTok trends. And people would just be calling shit like that all the time, and I'm just sitting there. I was probably one of the youngest in the workplace, but I was the most boomer when it came to trends and memes and things. I had no idea what everyone was laughing at. It made no sense to me. 7. Okay, so then this needs to come down. To the point where I kind of just sat by myself at lunchtimes, just watched YouTube at my desk, eating my sandwiches. And I'm just sitting there thinking, how did this happen? How have we fallen so far that entire generations are just clueless on what each other's memes or whatever trends are? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not funny, it's just dumb. Yep. Dumb is a word you could use. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we grab the next one. Bring this down. Definitely going to need pumps everywhere for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the final one. This one's going to be doing a little bit more work than 6. Autosave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, that's a big pipe. There we go. Cool. Okay. What the heck? Windows, what are you doing to me? It's giving me random suggestions to turn off random programs, and I'm like, I've never even heard of that program in my life. But sure, okay. Okay, so that's the copper pipes done. Now we need to assemble the iron pipes. This should be easier because we have less of them. I don't think we can reach across this whole thing, can we? No. Okay, what if we made a slice through here and then used pipe to grounds? Somebody just died out there. There's these guys here. Okay, so that pipes through, that iron allows the iron to get through now. So we can repeat the same step a few more times. It's 3, 4, and then we can erase these. 5. 6. 7, 8. 9. We should have 10 of these. No, wait, no, we have way more. Do 2, 6, and 4, 7 for better distribution, maybe. Yeah, I probably could. I'll have a play around with it. At the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter if we're going to be conjoining the pipes together anyway. But I'll probably play around with it off camera just to make it look nice. I'm already more than halfway through the stream, so I gotta try and hurry this along if I want to see it come online today. Yeah, there we go, that's plugged in. I need to get some better night vision. This is not... Does night vision stack? I can barely see in some of this. Otherwise I gotta find a mod that improves the night vision visibility. There we go, paste that in there, paste that in there. One in there. One in there. One there. One there. There. And then one along the outside. Okay, so that's the iron. Question now is, how many iron pipes do we have? How many pipes of iron are we making? Let's copy... No, let's not copy. That's going to be too annoying. Oops, that's not in the right spot. That's in the right spot. Okay, how many pipe to grounds have we got coming out of there? 14. 14 into how many of these? We got 1, 2, 3. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21? How the heck did I get 21? What? Huh? Okay, sure. That was another number meme too, wasn't it? There was that Vine from way back of like the 9 plus 10 is 21. That was another one I didn't get at the time because I wasn't into all that kind of stuff. There's so many number memes. Might separate these by 5 tiles just to make this nice. Then we might just do 3 per pipe. No, hang on. 14 doesn't divide into 3. Fourteen into 2 is 7. 7 then splits into 3. Okay. I don't really want 7 pipes. That's kind of ridiculous. Now we'll just do 3. And then split that into 4 maybe. I don't know. We are crashing into the iron deposit here though, unfortunately. But I think we can sort that by splitting this out. Yep, and then we can run that across as a pipeline. Ooh, this is getting fancy. That's 1, 2, and then 3. Then we get another pipeline coming down. 1, 2, 3. There we go. There's 3, 3, 3, and then get another 3 out here. We go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then we need another one. Oh god. Why don't these snap like belts do? That would be really nice. If they would just stick to the line that you're drawing. Oh jeez. I'm messing this up. I'm gonna run some of these pipes up. Now I'm coming to realize just how many pipes am I going to need for this? The answer is probably yes, and that's a scary thought. One, two, three, but then there's also this group down here. I'll just collapse that. Yep, there we go. Okay, I think that looks pretty aesthetic. No, I'm gonna make a little bit of a decision here. Let's reduce the number of pipes down to 3. So if we do 7 for each, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 here. Yep, there we go. And this one comes down. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Pipe. So that we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this is the final pipe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. That's better. That's a better distribution because we have less iron than copper, so it just didn't really make much sense to me that we were doing twice as much. We were doing more iron pipes than we were copper pipes. That's sorted now. Uh-oh. What's going on? No, 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 no. No, stop. Go away. God damn it, they broke some of the stack insert. Okay, that's... That's it. You guys deserve the boot. Nuke time. How do you like that? Get them off the lawn. Okay, so that then needs to be plugged in. We'll probably go up and over. Yeah. Probably go up and over like that. Up and then under like that. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So we copy this, drag it across, drag it up, then come over here. I want to make sure that we're not breaking into this. Oops. Cannot see because the tree's in the way. Boom! Get off my lawn. This is my territory now. Oh, that's cool. Laggy, but cool. Okay, here we go. So, that's all plugged in. Nice, nice. I think I can just copy this and rotate it. Like that. Nice. Nice. Woo! We have 14 of these. 14 into 3 is what? 6 and a bit? No. Wow, I'm way off. 4.5. So if we did 4... on each one. Yep. There we go. How much landfill do we still have? Not too much left. It's definitely going to disappear pretty quickly today once we start building the rest of everything. These guys will be sending their armies down. Cool, sweet. Okay, and then get all this removed. Knowing that you can't ghost place if you don't have any materials left in your inventory. You have to go up into the map to do it. This is a little bit annoying. We're going to clear these, clear that. There we go, so that's the pipeline for iron sorted. So the last thing to do, a couple of things, is pull these belts, these buses out, and build a loading station for it. Oh boy, how are we going to do that? Oh, wait a sec. Wait. I just had an idea. How many of these did we say we had again? 1, 2, we had 20 of these, right? 20 of them doing... No, hang on. There's 40. Yeah, we have 20. 20 times 8 is 160. Wait a sec. Chat, you know what this means. Okay, this happened sooner than I thought. You know what this calls for. 160. We can finally do it. We can finally do... Wait. I'm fumbling the controls. We can finally do the 128 bus balancer. We can finally do it, and it's for circuits. I thought it was going to be for rails. It's going to be for circuits. This is insane. Okay, here we go. So if I plop that there, and then upgrade it because it's using the old Factorio limits, the old without the green belts. So if I upgrade that, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally going to get the first 128 bus balancer going. Hot damn. That's insane. Oh my goodness, why are we doing this? The answer should be to have fun, but I don't think fun is part of the equation anymore. I think this is going a little beyond fun. There's something else at play here. That factory must grow. A 28 pelt balancer just sounds gross. At least I didn't have to make it. Somebody out there on the interwebs, I think marked as anonymous, has done it for us, so there you go. This is absolutely going to lag my PC out when I try and build this. Oh, when I get all the components done. And we get all the stacked items on the belts. Pollution for this is going to be crazy. Okay, there we go. That's that sorted. Now we can do our little turns. Oh my god. How many belts am I about to expense here? I may have to increase belt production on Vulcanus for this. Wait, I can just grab a fat stack of belt. It doesn't even matter anymore. What is this? This is insane. No, it's necessary. Oh my god. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough belts for this. I haven't messed anything else up, have I? I mean, hey, it's me. It's me we're talking about. I probably have... Oh, yeah, I definitely have. There we go. I knew I'd mess something up. Doesn't help that I can't see very well. This night vision is terrible. Definitely gonna have to get a mod that gets us better night vision. Oh my god, that is insane. Might have to go over there and start knocking out those trees. At least we're picking up some more fish for the lake, for the pond. You know what? Snap to grid. We're working in snap grids now. Oh. Wait. Oh no, something's going wrong here. Yeah, it works. And that's where it's going to end. So then we can bring this across. We can bring the corner pieces in. Okay, there we go. That's all the belts for the 128 balancer. Then down here we can figure out what to do with turning that into some sort of train loading port, which is going to be pretty bonkers ridiculous, but we'll think about that later because we got to start actually getting the rest of this built now. So first off, we got to finish off this whole thing. Cow site delivery. This is what we started the stream with today. There we go. That connects up. We don't need those tunnels there. And then that's the cow site that comes in through here. Then we need the ores. Ah, yes, of course. The most important part of the whole build that we've seemingly forgotten, or I've seemingly forgotten, are the actual ores. I haven't mined the ores. Get rid of these guys first. Now, to do that, it is a little bit of work to go around and place all the drills. There is this mod that I found that allows you to come around and say, let's say we want to grab this copper. You can drag a marquee over it and release, and then you get these little settings that you can play with. So let's say we can tell it what mining drill we want. I want a big. We can tell it what transport belts we want. So I want turbo. Electric poles, we can do mediums, I guess. It's strange it doesn't let you do the others. Beacons you can set up, although I've never set them up before, but we can try it. And legendary with legendary speed modules. We can do productivity or efficiency. Efficiency is what I used to do with the drills, where it spaces them out, but we'll just go for productivity because we want to go max. And then the belt direction, I can say travels left. Drill modules can be productivity. And then we can place the miners. Boom. And there you go. There's your drills. I don't know if this is the most optimal way to place the modules down, but hey, there you go. There's your drills. And I can just get some of these out because we don't actually need them. Oh, and interestingly, they also use turbo belts instead of belts. So, you know, you kind of get some insight into how things might be done more efficiently. Productivity modules. I might actually... Oh, interesting they use 3 of them and not 4. I might slot some of my own modules in there. But there we go. There we have it. We have a whole bunch of ores ready to go. Which they need to end up somewhere. They need to end up on a bus. Yet another bus. Copy that across. Okay, this bus can then travel upwards. I don't know what the throughput efficiency rate of this is going to be. But here's the thing, right? we could go with all of this, you know, giving them productivity modules and give them your speed modules and getting them to be all efficient and stuff, right? All of these productivity modules might give you an extra 50% productivity. Or, where is it? Actually, I'm going to make a save here. Part 1.9. Or we can research mining productivity. Look at it go! So we can just delete all of these. Oh, not those. Mining productivity. Why am I so blind? Here we go. And we can take advantage of our 1 million science per minute and just blitz through every one of them. Look at it go. There you go. That's just increased another 80%. And we just spam it a whole bunch of times. Oh, that is amazing. And there you go. So that's just given us more productivity than we would have got out of the modules here, which is pretty insane. And what that allows us to do is if I delete this now and do it myself, let's grab some of those drills. Actually, I don't even have the drills. If I grab some legendary drills, which give us even less resource drain, I do our good old trick of... We should even be able to just do 3 of these now. So modules of 3 should be able to do the bus. This gives us much better compactness for the same ore deposit of buses, which is really, really cool. So I might push this up to mining productivity 100. We can bring this across, bring this up. Another corner piece. There we go. That is a ridiculous amount of research. All the way up to 99. I don't know if there's a limit on how much of this research you can do. Because it doesn't go up exponentially, it just goes up by 1,000 every single step. I'm not entirely sure where, like, what the downside is supposed to be. Okay, I've screwed this up. I thought I cut that. Why did that copy and not cut? There we go, let's do 100. A 100 mining productivity. That is awesome. Then we can resume the steel. Resume those, resume those. So that gets us to a blistering 1000% mining productivity. Hell yeah. And then we can copy all this. Bring it all the way to the back. Bring another set towards the front. This is the part where we have to start balancing things, I think. That'll come around, that'll plug into there. This will plug in. Actually. Okay, yeah, let's not get distracted. Let's bring this around. That goes into there, nice. And then this sneaks in into there for copper. And then we can grab this and flip it. Ooh, look at that. Nice. All right, let's go get some drills and see what that does. And probably some more landfill and belts too. Oh my god. Yeah, while we do that, let's have a quick check. How's everyone doing? Is anyone playing Factorio right now? Everyone having a good day or evening? So yeah, how is power doing? Ooh, wait, why is that 90 gigawatts now? What happened to the power? Why do we have less power? Oh, why are we out of fuel? Unavailable. We got logistics storage. None are available. Uh-oh. Mr. Fusion, what are you waiting for? The ore base is always jammed. Oh no. Yeah, I know how that feels. My Fulgora base here jams all the time. At least this was the old one that I gave up on. It's because there's just so much spaghetti, I just couldn't deal with it anymore. This one works, except I keep running out of scrap. I need to find a new scrap deposit to fill in these belts as well. It's not at full capacity, annoyingly. I can probably bring some legendary drills over there too. Okay, we can bring some belts. We're gonna need landfill, a lot of it. Gonna need a lot of drills. Just gonna grab that landfill. Gonna need a lot of belts too for that 128 balancer, but I'll leave that for another time. I don't think I got time for that tonight. Where's the landfill? Come on. Where's the landfill? There we go. There it is. There we go. That's about 50,000 landfill. Should go and put this fish in the lake. I just realized 100 of it has spoiled, so that's not good. Ugh. Oh, and there we go. That's all the fish we had. 54,000 fish. Where even is this? Ah, it's up there. Okay, we need to get all the way up there. Ooh, we had a few spikes there. Oh, that's probably because of me switching things around. Here we are. Nice, nice, nice. Get those placed. You know what happens when you cram fish like that in real life? Yeah, it's called consumerism. They end up on a shelf. Canned sardines. Okay, with that many fish in there, you probably end up with hyperdense matter. Actually, they've completely frozen now. Actually, that's dropping my frame rate. Actually, the UPS has gone down. There's just so much going on. Here we go. Belts. That's a lot of belts. I think that's almost all of our belts gone. Yep. Yep, that's all of our belts gone. Okay, and then we need to power this. Can I oh, these can reach. That's awesome. We don't need subby stations anymore. There we go. Okay, so that'll get them powered. Too little oxygen, they suffocate. That makes sense. I need to get this hooked up to power. Where's the nearest power access point? Probably over there. There we go, that connects that up. Should mean these guys will be powered in a moment, but I just need to grab some more belts. And then that's all that connected up. Ooh. Belts, belts, belts. Let's grab some. This is exciting. I'm excited. Are you excited, chat? I'm excited. And we got some dead drills here from the way I used to do them. And the power's going down. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. How do we not have any in storage? Logistics storage, 4,700. Where? What do you mean 4,700 in storage? Oh, in here. Okay, hang on. Fusion powers. Okay, let's go change that to an active provider chest. Passive provider chest. That might solve part of the problem. But then it is shedding to light the fact that we don't actually have enough fusion power cells. So I'm going to have to sort that off. I'm going to have to sort that out probably off camera. There we go. That should sort all you out. Yep, off they go. Yep, the plants are collapsing. The factory's collapsing if that doesn't get across. So what's the problem with our fusion cells? Are we just not collecting enough from Aquilo, or are we not producing enough? We're not producing enough, probably because I'm still going all in on quality for these. 21. Oh yeah, okay, I do not need to be doing quality for those anymore. Right, okay, cool. I can get rid of that. Easy. Easily solved. How's this going? Do we have productivity? Ooh, we got 12 in there. 25 legendaries in there. 34 legendaries in there. And 5 in there. 14 in there. That's pretty good. That total's pretty high. Totals 2.5 stacks of legendary productivity modules. That's pretty good. Okay, inventory's full. Can't pick up any more belts. UPS do be struggling. Frame rate do be struggling a bit. Yeah, I can't wait to get my hold. I can't wait to get a hold of that juicy, tasty 1.1G. But something tells me this here is probably going to be enough, and I'll never get to. There we go, collect the bots. Then we can keep heading up and plugging in these belts here. That gets them running. Okay, that productivity is pretty good. Maybe we increase that productivity a little bit more. If we can push that productivity enough that 3 drills here saturates each belt, that would be awesome. That would be really, really cool. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a cap. Which is really nice. So we should see these belts start to fill up a little bit more. Could do 2 more sets. Yeah, what am I doing? That way. Oh, except some of them are filling up now. No. Oh wait, hang on. These are going the wrong way. Ah, these are going the wrong way. Okay. Flip those around. Now the copper can continue through. Yeah, from here it's probably just a matter of increasing that productivity until eventually that sorts itself out. But I get the feeling we aren't going to need all of that, so that's already pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how that's turned out. So if we do the math, we got productivity 1200%. So whatever's in here is 373 million times... what was it? 120? Is that what it is? Is that the math? No, 12 times 12. 4 billion, 4.5 billion. But then we've got the resource drain of 8% from the legendary drill. So then we divide it by 0.08. And that's 56 billion iron, 56 billion copper ore is coming out of here. And that's only going to increase further. Which is pretty crazy if you ask me. So I think we're set on copper for life. That's probably never going to deplete, or if it does get close to depleting, well, we can just chuck a bus balancer on there, or just start using one of these other ore veins. The possibilities are endless. Yeah, and then that's the iron set down here. So the next thing we need to do is get the iron. We could just grab iron from here. Yeah, we could do that. Copper, iron. Oh, we could have grabbed the ores from there as well. Let's do iron here. Except we're out of belts, which is annoying. Let's go grab some more belts. This is finished. Throw it back onto artillery range, which should complete pretty soon. Where are we? Looking for belts. I need more belts. Gotta get rid of my wood as well. I have way too much of it. We got wood. That drops in there, and then we can grab belts. I probably should grab the substations too. Except I'm absolutely full. Okay, maybe we go over here and start laying down all of our landfill that we're still holding on to. Work, my minions! World domination awaits! Hey, how's that going? Are we getting rid of the landfill? Yep, that's going away. So all my frames. I can see a problem that we're heading to though. I think we're going to get to a point where we're not going to have any frame rate left. by the time we get to the end here. And that's probably where the playthrough would have to end. You'll rule over the Fallout landscape at this rate, yeah. Nothing's gonna stop us. Yeah, so the only thing I can think of is when we get to that point where the UPS just tanks because of the research and stuff, we'd have to probably call it there. And then turn, then we'll have to turn off the research to allow the, probably less radiation at Bikini Atoll at this point. Oh, man. I wonder if everyone thought Factorio was coming to Fallout with the whole, what was that DLC? Was it Automaton or whatever? No, which one was the one that added conveyor belts and stuff and you could do a little bit of quote-unquote automated assembly lines? It wasn't really. I mean, Starfield kind of added automated production lines a little bit, but it still wasn't great. You couldn't do a whole lot with it. Well, like there wasn't much point because by the point you set it all up, you'd just have all the money you needed anyway. Have we got rid of our landfill yet? No. Oh my goodness. But yeah, once we get to a point with the whole research production that the UPS hits 0, I'll probably have to pull all the research out, and then we just have to go for our final Shattered Planet push, and that'll probably be the end of the playthrough. Which is a bit of a shame. I mean, okay, we have been a little bit stupid with the numbers here. Yeah, I don't think we could ever get this Giga Lab fully operational with all of the sciences. I don't think we have the UPS to support that. It's a damn shame. And then we're completely out of power too. All right. So that's going to be all green circuits. That's going to be bringing... Yeah, let's plan this out now. I can copy the drill modules from here. Then we just start spamming that around. So I think that can go down the south. Have to be extra careful we don't pick up any copper though. That is a problem. Maybe we do this. Yeah, we'll do this one instead. This one makes more sense. Yeah, there we go. And then that's 5. So then if we copy that but move it down 5 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plop that there. We now have a bus of 5. Then we can copy that setup again up here. Oops, that goes there. How many of these did we need? How many? Too many is probably the answer. More than any sane person should be building in this game. Then again, if you're playing this game, you're probably not sane for long. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that bus needs to come around to here. We've got 1, 2, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's almost 15. Could just copy this and bring it around. Oh, hang on, no, I've copied this wrong. Paste that there. Let's pop over there and try and build that up. But this here is not going to work, so we can chop that. Copy this. Paste it there. And then... Oh, geez, then what? We can't sneak a tunnel all the way across that, can we? No. Dang it. Okay, hang on, this might work. I can't see. Too many trees in the way. We cut that there, turn that into a bus, and another bus, and then another bus here. There we go. Copy this. Bring that up. Bring this down. Something like that. Yeah, that'll connect up. I hope. Then we got a big bus that needs to be brought over. I can probably just bring it over directly on top of the pole here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's bring it on top of the coal. I really like that. Bots are so satisfying to watch build. There we go, that turns around. Then we need to start splitting everything. Which I can probably do in the middle here. Let's bring... Oh, hang on, where's the calcite? Calcite's up here. Ah, okay, calcite bus comes from this side. Oof. This is all iron. Somebody died. Iron comes up through here, and I'm out of belts. Dang it. Alright. Out of belts, but not out of commission. And then these two down here can travel south. We won't be able to get this online today, unfortunately. There is another problem, another logistical problem that I've just thought of. That is going to stand in the way of what we are trying to do, but I anticipated that because I have plans on how we're going to tackle it. But I will tell you it in a second. First off, let's plug these up and then I can zoom out and show you the problem. It's a rather annoying problem, but it's a problem nonetheless that we have to deal with. That paste there. That needs to paste up there. How many is that? 6? That's 7. God dang it. There it is again. That plugs into you. Plugs into you. That runs up. And then that feeds into there, and that feeds into there. Nice. Okay. So, the problem has something to do with the missing insert, the missing belt line going in through here. The calcite. Now, we did solve our calcite supply problem. Yeah, we did solve our words. We did solve our calcite supply problem with Thrusty McThrustface. He gets a considerable amount of calcite. He's already sitting here with 520,000 on the way home. So calcite is not exactly a problem to source. However, calcite is a problem to distribute. Right now, we are living on this one calcite station. And there's a train here right now. And he gets in here, he picks up some stuff, and then he runs around. Same with the other trains. But it gets very, very crowded, as you can see. And it relies on a lot of bots. And they all come in, they sit here. I have about 8 or 9 calcite trains running around the whole map, delivering to the various places all over the factory that ask for calcite, which are currently not running because, well, we just don't need that much. We're not currently able to use that much because I haven't increased the production rate of everything else. So, and then looking over here, we have a big calcite delivery system, or at least a big calcite delivery train stop here, which is probably way more. Okay, hang on. Hold on a sec. Slight interruption. Crisis averted. It's probably way more than we need, but it's there anyway, just in case. And unfortunately, we don't have a way to distribute that much calcite around. It's just, we don't. And I don't think this one little tiny train station here could handle any more trains. It definitely can't handle any larger trains. So what we need is a much more robust calcite delivery system. What's the consumption rate you'll need? Good question. We rate calculator this. Okay. It's not telling us. Okay. Why is it not telling us? Why have I got non-overlaps here? Okay, I need to fix that up. This is a mess. Oh. Okay. That's concerning. I don't know why that's not telling us, but if we take a look at what we had over here, Actually, no, I got some more robust. I got some better ones over here. These guys aren't even legendaried up, but if we take a look at the rates here, 3,191 calcite per minute. That's quite a bit. At least supposedly it is. I don't know what it's actually doing. I think it's just not doing anything because it's backed up at the moment. It's completely filled, but if that's at maximum consumption, if that is at maximum consumption, then yeah, we need quite a lot. I think the turbo belts only do what, 60 items per second. So 3,191 times, well, divided by 60. If that's how the math works, that's 53 belts worth if this is at maximum draw. Which is quite a lot. Thankfully we have that many belts here. We just need to get the trains over. I don't know if we can actually supply that, but I have been preparing myself mentally and physically with items. A new solution involving legendary logistic robots and plans to reconstruct the entire spaceport somewhere else so that we can build it bigger, better, and faster. That's going to have to be a big project, and that's going to have to be somewhere else. I'm thinking over here, over this water, will probably become the new site. And I have some big plans for that I'm excited for, but that's unfortunately going to have to be for the next stream because I am out of time for today's stream. Unfortunately, we got a lot built. Got a lot designed. Extra thanks to you all for helping me out with designing this behemoth. That was awesome. I can't wait to do more with that another time, but we can't continue until we can supply that calcite. Once we can supply the calcite, then we can get back to building all this, and then after that we can get back to building all the science packs. But yeah, that's what we're missing out on. So that's going to be the next big project in 2 days' time. On the next stream is the new spaceport, and then we can dismantle all of this. All of this gets to go, gets to disappear. I've got some big upgraded versions of these cargo landing pads so we can dump all the calcite. We can say goodbye to our cursed car storage, of which a YouTube video will be coming out this week of me building the first version of that. I was having a lot of fun editing that yesterday. But yeah, that's the plan. I still haven't even thought about the red circuits yet, or the blue circuits. That's still got a lot of work to do. But yeah, that's the plan. Until then, I will just be casually going around putting landfill and everything and just doing all the boring building stuff. But until then, I will say thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you maybe learned a thing or two. Thank you again for the sub. For the Prime sub, that was awesome. Car storage, the great evil. It was fun though. I don't know if I can increase that with legendary storage. No, I can't, but I can put legendary tool belt equipment in that. So if I wanted to get some more cursed storage space, that is an option. Alright, but thank you all so much for watching. I will catch you all in the next stream in 2 days' time. Be sure to check out the Discord server for announcements and for the schedule. !Discord. And I'll catch you then. See you, everyone.